Hello. Thank you for joining me today. Hopefully my voice is reaching your ears. I've been having some microphone issues. Everything's falling apart. But yeah, I hope your Monday is going well. Thank you for joining me if you're watching this live on Twitch or if you're joining me on YouTube posthumously. Not really posthumously, hopefully, for now. Someday this will be a posthumous video, won't it? That's a weird thought. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. It's been a minute since I've been live. I've been very busy, but that's not a bad thing. Just haven't had a ton of time for streaming. But yeah, got a client build today and fuzz on my microphone. So it's a Monday, as they say. I'm looking forward to this one. We got the brand new Portico75. Portico has been around for a minute, but not the 75% version. So this is that. It's the purple colorway of the 75% Portico. So we'll be lubing up some SP Star switches and putting DSA Magic Girl on top of this bad boy. So should be a fun purple build. I even have the desk mat for it. I'll probably bust it out at the end when it's time for speed capping or something. I just don't want to mess it up with some lube. You know, that'd be kind of an annoying thing to do. Send the client a disheveled desk mat. But yeah. Anyways, I guess that's enough preamble because this is going to take a little bit. So let's go ahead and get into it. I did receive this in the mail. This is a lube stand, which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should put this together right now. This might be helpful for today. Frank did a giveaway. Our boy, Inumshki, everybody's favorite, karaoke and Batman star. And I ended up winning this in a marbles race, inexplicably, when I should have been asleep because the man streams so late. But yeah, it's whoop, my monitor's dying. Hello. Yeah, it's a pretty cool little product. Just a little stand for your brushes and your lube pots. I don't know what you call them. Containers for your lube. So maybe I'll chuck that together. This will be a little arts and crafts project to start the stream off. Hey, that sounds fun. It's amazing what you can build with just some acrylic and standoffs, but hey, sounds good. Podcast mode it is. Alrighty. I like the white acrylic as well. It's nice. Come here, buddy. This is one of those instances where I'm actually okay with the fact that I haven't cut my fingernails in a second. Like, I need to still, and I will. But like right now, it's coming in a little bit handy. Also, guys, while I do this, let me regale you with a tale of woe. I have a pet keyboard, if you will, my favorite keyboard. It's a Think 6.5 V2 with Neapolitan switches and GMK Modern Dolce Light. And it's gorgeous, and it used to be my daily driver here, but I took it to work so that I could spend more time on it, because honestly, I type more at work than I do at home. And this mode is fantastic. So I was like, oh, I'll just take it to work. Well, we have a bit of an ESD problem, electrostatic discharge at work. And usually we'll spray down like the electrical engineer's office with an anti-ESD spray. But I'm a software engineer, so usually I don't get that treatment unless I ask for it, and I always forget to ask for it. So my office ends up being pretty spicy ESD wise, and I think this goes like that. Yeah. So I sat down at my keyboard and I absolutely blasted the crap out of it with ESD, and it killed the PCB, which is very unfortunate. So hopefully I'll be able to fix it. My current standing theory is that the ESD circuitry is dead. Like the whoops, that's wrong. The circuitry on the PCB that's supposed to protect against it got fried potentially, because it just seems like it's not receiving power at all. I'll have to check with the multimeter. But if that's not the case and I actually fried the MCU, fortunately the same MCU on the Think 6.5, I mean, I'm guessing a lot of keyboards. I know a lot of keyboards use this MCU. I was gonna hazard a guess, maybe 90%. I don't know if it's quite that high. But the Atmega 34U is a very, very common MCU that you'll find on the Arduino Pro Micro specifically, and most mechanical keyboards have that. So I should be able to actually rip one off of an Arduino Pro Micro and then get the boys downstairs in electronics manufacturing to swap it out for me, potentially. I do have a spare PCB for that board, but I really would rather not like desolder everything and resolder and then have a dead PCB. Like, it would just feel better if I had the spare PCB sitting around for cases of, I don't know, maybe some sort of physical damage instead. I don't know. Somehow it feels like that would be a better use for a spare PCB, but I mean, end of the day, that is what it's for. It's just kind of a bummer. So that's my tale of woe. Ground yourself before you blast your keyboards, kids. That's the rule that I've learned. Also, how cute is this? I'll put the little feet on it, and it'll hold my brushes, and it'll hold my lube. Wonderful. Thank you, Frank. Shipped it to me for free even. What a gentleman. All I did was type !play into his chat one time. And my little Marby made it into the little bucket, and then, isn't that a wild concept? Like, this physically is at my house. But the reason for that is because a digital marble rolled down a digital track and bounced around faster than everyone else's, through no fault of my own. Maybe it was like the timing with which I typed !play that, you know, because all the marbles sort of spawn in, right? Okay, let's get the little brushies in here. Look at that. Little brush, little brush. Cute. And then the BDZ. Oh yeah. And the 205. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, Frank. Frank, you've done it again. This is fantastic. What is this for? Is it for this? No, it's not. But imagine if it was. Hey, Gio, what's up, my guy? Good to see you.
What's up, baby?
Oh.
Take me out to dinner.
Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Look at all those dogs. That dog is right over there. Just out of frame. You can't see her. Sounds good, my dude. Oh, nice. Look at that. I wonder what these rectangular slots are for. Maybe for the, like, the toothbrush? Not quite. Maybe for this? This will fit. Huh. Let's put the better one in there, shall we? This one. And does this fit? Oh, it do. Oh my gosh, look at this. So we have 3 different brushes, a switch puller, BDZ and 205, and then a cap puller. That is perfect. As they say in the biz, we take those. Wait, hold on. We take those. All right. So that's done. Also, guys, I can't show this right now because it's not here yet, so it's physically impossible. But I won some Gooey Keys raffles, and I have some primo spice on the way that I'm very excited about. Also, let me make sure my address isn't in here. I got some more stuff. I'm getting very distracted, but it's cool. My address is in there. Gateron ink stabilizers. So I use Durox for pretty much everything, sometimes C3s, but I was like, Prevail had a bunch of these on sale, so I was like, well, I'll try this. These, I can't remember what these are. Let me check the packing slip. Oh, TC. These are TC colored stabilizers. These are Gateron inks. These are Owl Labs. And then just a bunch of Durox to like kind of stock up a little bit because I was running low. But I was like, hey, you know, I'll try these. I'm not like, I'm mildly enthused about TC. I think they do pretty good stuff. So, yeah. Anyways, got that going on. Got a lot of stuff going on. But what we need now is this mat. Let's get my board out of the way, my mouse out of the way. Beautiful. Let's put this, well, I'll just put this right here. You can't even see it though. Hold on, we'll scoot it down. Then we have, we're using SP Stars. I have 2 containers for them because we had to, I was working with a client on this one. We had to sort of piecemeal this order together. So, you know, came in 2 shipments, but don't worry about it. All is good in the hood, as they say. And we have our bags. I swear I'm not from the Midwest, but sometimes I sound like it. Montana's not Midwest, is it? It's like Northwest, right? I don't know what you would call it. But I think, how many are in each of these? I think 25. Let me check. These came from the Key Company. They're a color match SP Star with the, let me take my watch off too. With the Magic Girl. Yeah, I believe they're 25. Cool. Yes, okay. So we have 100 of them. And we're putting them in at 75%. So we couldn't quite get away with 75 switches. So that's what we're doing today. Let's bust these open. Give them the old dumperoo. These are a tactile switch. Made by... Who makes SP Stars? I can't remember. Nylon housing and a palm stem. So they're slightly different from a JWK. But yeah. They have marble soda and original SP Stars. Or they have melon and original marble soda SP Stars on TKC right now. If you end up liking the sound of this. Oh. And we have switch films. So we'll use those as well. TKC has like a buy 3 items and you get free shipping kind of deal. So we threw in these switch films to get a free shipping, which is pretty cool. So we can actually reduce a little bit of that stem wobble as well. I've said this before. I've kind of started to feel less inclined to use switch films the more I've used them, because it seems like the like ratio of effort to outcome isn't really there personally, but It's not like they don't make a difference, I guess, if that makes sense. All right, so also, where's my oh, there it is. My Ziploc here for the springs. So we're gonna bag lube our springs. I should replace this at some point. It is aging rapidly, but it's okay for now. There appears to be a slight helping of factory lube here on these, but that's okay. It's nothing too thick. It looks maybe like it's a 105, not a 205, so won't really get in the way of our lube process, but all right. I do like the color of these. They had a couple Magic Girls, but this is the dark one. And I think it's really nice. Actually, I think I have. I'm gonna get lost in the sauce if I do that. But somewhere around here, I'm pretty sure I have some SP Star Magic Girls. Hey, Ben D. Myers. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Brea basement. Oh, I forgot this part. Usually there's reverb, but I feel like that's reasonable to, as an introduction to see how scuffed it can be over here. Appreciate the follow, though. But yeah, somewhere around here I got some SP Stars that I just never got around to lubing. I need to get those out for something. Who knows? I got keyboards coming in. Someone, I can't remember. Was it Dabbling Layman who had ordered that glass keyboard, the Balder, right? That one hopefully will ship soon. I know they got some of them shipped out, but they ran into just staffing issues and stuff because they were manually epoxying the standoffs into the glass cases. Which seems like a ton of work. So, and I know that board was pretty popular because there were a decent number of streamers that were pushing it because they had tried it and really liked it. So, what's up, Grayson? Hey, how was your? I saw you went live last week, and I was not able to hop in for the stream because I was. I can't remember what I was doing. I think I was driving. But how was it? How'd it go? What did you make? You didn't? Okay, maybe I'm thinking about earlier than that. I don't know. All I know, it was one of those weeks when I was going to go live and then I didn't. And then I saw you go live and I was like, oh, hey. He's out here killing it. Oh, cool. Right on. Are you doing that on stream? If you are, and you go live later, I'm definitely down to give you a little raid. That'd be sweet. Oop. A little too simple. Okay, nice. What are they? What are they, what's the kind of design there? Okay, yeah, for sure. pull up my messages here. Oh, it's loading. Oh, cool. Let me pop this up. Yo, what's up, Demi? How's it going? These are cool. I like them. Dude, that's pretty sweet. Oh, it did flash. Hold on. The reason, and I need to fix this, but the reason it doesn't, here, I'll show you. If I turn off this and this, now try it again. I think if you flash it, it'll actually fully flash now. I have some other lights that I had turned on to like help with the lighting a bit, but I forgot to add them to part of the flash command. And so they stay on, which makes the whole thing less fun. Hey, there it is. I'm doing well. I'm just vibing. How about you? Finally back after a bit of a hiatus. I've been busy with work, but I also last weekend was my 5-year anniversary with Mrs. Bray. So I went down to visit her. She was in the middle of midterms. Oh, I can bring that back. Hold on. I'm gonna re-enable that redeem and then also go get the salt. Hold on. I wonder too if it'll show up again for you live. But there we go. Okay, it's back. Hold on. I'm gonna go get some salt. Heyo. Okay. I got some table salt. It's actually kosher salt, which is better anyways. No one ever talks about how awful it is to just eat table salt. Like, everyone talk about too much of a good thing. Okay. I had it turned off because I was sick. And I really didn't feel like dehydrating myself whilst being sick. So, yeah, that was the reason, but then I forgot to turn it back on. Right, exactly, stop the torture. But now the torture's back on the menu, boys. Salt is good, though. Like, you know what's crazy about salt? The older I've gotten, the more I've realized. Salt is just like an amplifier for flavor, right? Like, I used to think salt in, like, caramel or cookies was weird, or chocolate. But now I'm like, dude, it just makes it better. It just takes whatever flavor you have and it, like, cranks it up. So, like big, chunky rock salt on, like, a chocolate chip cookie is so good, dude. Like, oh. Maybe it's just, like, you get old and bored, so you need to mix it up or something. I don't know. But, like, I love me some, like, salted caramel, however you pronounce that. Caramel. It's so good. But if it's just by itself, then I guess there's not a lot to amplify other than itself, and then it's insane. So, Thank you. Yeah, it was good. We we went to like a Japanese restaurant where they bring out like a hot pot and you cook your own food. And then we went to see the new Batman movie, which was excellent. No spoilies, but it was good. You should watch it. And yeah, I did some meal prep for her so she could study and get her tests done. And now she's back for spring break. So she's here for 2 weeks. If we're lucky, she might sneak through the background of the stream. Who knows? She's making macaroni right now, so I don't know. But yeah, it was good. But it was a nice little, little bit of time off, go visit and such, and take a little time off, not worry about streaming. But I'm back now. Also, unrelated but important news. My garage has finally been cleaned to the point at which I can now park both of our cars in it. Just in time for there to not be any more snow. Brilliant. Impeccable timing on my part, like always. But I am happy about that. It's a cozy fit for 2 cars, that's for sure. You gotta kind of sneak between the cars. But it is nice, honestly. Like, you kind of forget about how convenient that is. When, I don't know, I lived in a condo complex for a long time. And, it snows and you got to go scrape your car off. And it's a huge deterrent for me to, like, why would you park 2 cars in your shop? True. This man speaks the truth. But like just getting to the gym in the morning, it's amazing how much of a difference like having a warm car makes. If it's like, if at 6:45 I have to go outside with a snow scraper, I'm like probably gonna go back to bed. But if I could like, just hop in my car and go, I'll get there. Which I don't know. It's funny how it's like the littlest things can get in your way if you're already unmotivated. I was talking about this with my dad because I got him, it was his birthday a couple weeks ago, and he plays a lot of instruments, but among them are the guitar and the bass. And so I got him a little amplifier that it's basically just a plug that you plug into the output of an electric instrument, and then you can plug headphones directly into it, so you can kind of direct monitor your bass or whatever. And I have one of those personally, and I found that it is an amazing tool to get me to practice, because if I have to go plug in an amplifier, hey, what's up, Elvin? If I have to plug in an amp and then plug in my headphones and turn the whole thing on, and I'm not gonna do it as often.
What's up, baby?
Hey,
take me out to
Elvin, thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate it. Elvin is a popular streamer among all kinds of streamers, actually. Yeah, I mean, I recently saw today that Pokimane is subscribed to his channel, which is amazing. Congrats. Among quite a few others today, actually, there's quite a lot of activity on that sub list, so congrats. Level 5 hype trade with nothing but top tier streamers, so good for you. That was fun. This morning we were bugging Elvin. What's up, bullets for brunch? Welcome to the stream, and hello. Thanks for stopping by the hello? Where's that thing? Bread basement. There it is. It teased me. It wouldn't come. It wouldn't come out. It's kind of shy. There it is. Little animation there. Listen, I think every greeting I've had to someone for the bread basement, this stream has been scuffed, and that's okay. We take those. I will say the only gripe I have after my transition from OBS or Streamlabs to OBS is that some of the hotkeys don't work quite so well, so I have to I have to hit multiple buttons to make one thing happen, which I used to just be able to hit like one thing and it would punch in on my face and it would turn on the reverb and it would then, play that animation. But now I actually have to hit 3 buttons to make that happen. So I need to write some macros to take care of that for me, but I'm just lazy. I'll get that done eventually. Yeah, you do. That would be sweet. Hey, I liked your little you have new notification animations and sound effects. I thought that was pretty cool. That was nice. Got to hear that a few times today. Pre-make pack, nice. It's, dude, as much as I like... Oh, okay, cool. As much as I like making my own stuff, sometimes it's like, I don't got time, or someone else has already put a lot of effort into it and I feel like it's worth my money or something. So I definitely do that. In fact, like my intro and outro screen, right? This thing is actually there's a guy called Ezra Cohen who's like a video editor who has a bunch of After Effects plugins. And so I bought his After Effects master bundle and then used it to make that look like it was on a VHS. So you had to learn freaking Adobe After Effects to edit the pack. Dude, After Effects is such an interesting piece of software because it is an absolutely brutal program to try to learn. But once you do, and like you really understand it, it's so powerful because it becomes something that like if you can think of it, you can make it. And that's such a, like, you don't really feel the like limitation. Like with Premiere, it's like, okay, I want to make this, but I can really feel like, it really feels like Premiere is not able to actually do this. But with After Effects, it's like, there's a way and I can figure it out. And there's probably a lot of ways. And so just figuring out one that works for me. But when you're first learning it, it's just a slog. It's just, there's so many buttons and there's, I don't know, so many different views and like, yeah, it's a whole thing. But it is a powerful tool. And that's kind of the line you have to walk, right? Like, in order for a tool to be that powerful, it also has to be complicated. Kind of DaVinci Resolve is the same way. 15 hours. Yeah, it'll, dude, it'll consume your life. I've made some very complicated animation. Dude, the depths to which I've gone in After Effects, I could tell you so many stories. But I remember one of them, I was working on an animation for my church, and it was this really, really in-depth thing that had a lot of layers and Gaussian blurs that were simulating like lenses. And in order to actually get the render done on time, I had to go to my work and install a render engine on like 15 different PCs all around the office, and then have them collaborate together as a render farm to export the composition. And it still took like 24 hours to render. And when I got the render back, I was horrified to discover that about half of the machines didn't have the correct font installed. So they were rendering individual frames for the video that had the text in all the wrong fonts because it like reverted to some default. And so it ended up like flickering back and forth between a bunch of fonts because like about half of the frames were correct and half of them weren't. And so I had to install all the fonts on all the computers and then rerun the entire render because there was no way to determine like exactly which frames needed to be re-rendered and which ones didn't. So that was an expensive lesson time-wise in just like verifying everything before you start a render farm job. But I don't know. Yeah, fonts are a pain. I wish there was like, and Adobe Fonts kind of does this where like if you have Creative Cloud installed and you get a font through Adobe Fonts, it'll just kind of sync to all your machines, which is nice. But I don't always get fonts through Adobe Fonts. Like sometimes I get free ones elsewhere, and like, I don't know. It like, I wish there was some, I bet there is some sort of software service you could install that like syncs all the fonts between all the machines you have it installed on. So like if I put one on my work computer, it'll show up on my home computer or something. That would be really nice, but Maybe I could write that. You know, be a interesting project. Ooh. Although once you start getting into licensed fonts, then that's a whole nother can of worms. So who knows? Okay, this is our last SP star to that we crack open. So let's get the I love it. It's the best. 10 out of 10. I'll never go back to the old style. My thumbs have never felt better. Let me put it that way. Yeah, that's true. It's got the flat handle. If it was, yeah, it definitely could be a bit more ergonomic, but just in terms of like this versus, you know, your standard switch opener, this is like a million times better. The concept is there. Maybe, yeah, maybe not the execution as much, but like, I don't know. All right, let's load up this tray. And we are using switch films today, so I'll get the tweezies out. They're the adhesive C3 ones that are stuck to oh gosh, it's doing it again. There we go. They're stuck to a sheet. Also, yeah, I love this American Haptics desk mat. My only problem with it is that the way I store it, and I can definitely, this is definitely my fault, but it is the way that the instructions say to store it. You fold it kind of twice, so it's a third of the depth. It gets kind of a bump in the middle, which likes to push these switches out of the switch holder, which is a little bit annoying. There's a couple solutions. One would just be storing it differently. The other one would maybe be getting slightly longer feet on this. I don't know. Something. The third solution would just be to not complain about it. You know, I could try that, but that seems like a stretch. It seems harder than everything else I've thought of. Also, the because it's dark now, but daylight savings, man, it came and it got me. Like when I started streaming, it was still light outside, which is a weird feeling. I haven't experienced that in a while. Actually, I'm just not realizing I'm slightly over 1 year since I started streaming. That's kind of crazy. I was thinking about doing something special for my 1 year as an affiliate, which is in about 4 months. So I'll maybe do that then. But yeah, I was early March of 2021 was when I started streaming, which is crazy. Time flies when you're having fun, huh? It has been, yeah. Yep. Hey. I like that clip. That was in our old apartment. It's been about, I think, 6 months now. Do I have any % off affiliate codes with companies? No. That's one thing that I have not been diligent about at all. I know that they're not going to come to me. You know, like I'm going to have to go talk to a company if I want to set something like that up. And I just haven't taken the time to do that. Definitely should though. I think that'd be a cool thing. Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to work with some brands. There's some that I just love that I've worked with before. P3D, I love. They've always done right by me, and they make cool products that let you upgrade existing keyboards. And there's a couple other companies I'd definitely be interested in working with. Yeah. I think I'm going to put the films on first and then the springs. You know what I should do? Is I should see if I can get an affiliate code at Dispatch Cables. Because that is one business that I like, for sure. That's Juran's cable business, and he and I are working on a really nice cable that I'm quite excited about. We've made some definite progress this week, and yeah, that's going to be spicy when it shows up. I'm thrilled. These are definitely a little bit more rubbery than like TX films or even some of the Duroc films that I've used. And I actually like that. I think they'll do a better job at being a switch film if they're slightly compressible. Because sometimes the films actually are maybe a detriment if they're too, if they add too much height to the switch. So these seem nice. I like these. I've never used C3 films before, so. Plus, while it is a little bit more effort to peel it off a sheet, it's honestly kind of easier than like dumping them out in a pile and trying to pick them up when they're all staticky and stuck to each other and trying to find out which orientation it is. Okay. Halfway done with the first sheet. I think they're slightly over 100. Oh, these are TPU. Oh, cool. I actually have TPU 3D printer filament, which is a cool way to print sort of rubbery items. It has a slight problem, at least in the 3D printer space, with being like the layers don't stick to each other very well. Layer adhesion is an issue. So you could like pick a print up off the plate and it just ribbons into layers. But it is an interesting way to make soft gaskets or something like that. So that's cool. All right, one row down. Ah, okay. Had some math going weird in my head, but all is better now. Also, this came up on Elvin's stream, but all of the plants have survived. Mrs. Bray is pleased. In fact, she brought home more with her, which is just increasing my responsibility, but so far so good. She gave me a Google document instructing me how to care for them. Also, oh, this is fun and exciting. She is obsessed with frogs. She loves frogs. And so she really would like to own one day. And there's a specific kind of frog called the desert rain frog. You've likely seen it on the internet. It's kind of an iconic little frog, I would say. But it's just this round boy. I'll show you. I mean, come on. Look at this guy. He's so cute. And he just has a funny little tongue that doesn't look like a frog tongue at all. And he just likes to hang out and sometimes scream. Yeah, look at that little tongue. Yeah, so anyways, the problem with owning them, yes, it does. The problem with owning them typically is that most of the ones that you can find at like a pet store are caught in the wild. They're not like bred, which means that every one you find in a pet store is decreasing the number of them out in the wild, which is not a great precedent. I don't think they're endangered, but like they could easily get that way given how popular they are. So trying to ethically source a rain frog has been difficult, but there is a new amphibian store in town that recently moved in. So for our anniversary, I was hoping to have procured a frog. Unfortunately, I was not, but they are in contact with a breeder who is actually able to not capture but breed these frogs, which in my opinion is a lot more ethical. So I'm on a waiting list now. Hopefully in June or July, maybe, might end up with a little rain frog. So I think in that case, if that does end up happening, I'll probably use one of my emote slots as a rain frog because I think that'd be super cute. And I'll let you know what she ends up naming it, but I think that'd be super fun. But yeah, I wanted to have, something concrete to present to her as an anniversary gift, but unfortunately, all I was able to provide was basically a voucher that we're on a waiting list, but she was still very pleased about that. So, yeah, that'll be fun. I am generally not a fan of, like, my sister had a snake when we were in college. I was roommates with actually both my older and younger sister at different times, but when I was roommates with my older sister, she had a snake, who I liked, but just the smell of the enclosure is not my favorite. But apparently rain frogs are kind of, they're not too stinky and they're not too hard to care for. So, we'll see. We had a hamster for a while too. His name was Randy Savage. He was a great hamster. But he had some sort of hamster leukemia, as far as we know. That's what the breeder, or the breeder thought was probably the case. But he was a good boy. I actually, so while we had this hamster, Randy, I remember I was talking to my wife because he, hamsters run on their little wheels at night, right? And I think like most people, we accidentally started out with a loud hamster wheel and were shocked at how long he would run and how squeaky the wheel was. So eventually we got him a silent wheel. But then I started thinking, like, I started worrying a bit more about my fitness at the time. This was maybe 2018, 2019, and I was like, "Oh, maybe I'll issue myself a challenge, and I will come up with a way to calculate exactly how far this hamster runs every night, and then I in turn will run that far every day, because that'd be good cardio, be good for my health, and how far could a hamster possibly run is the thought process. So I got a magnet, and I glued it to the side of his wheel, and then I got a Hall effect sensor, which is a sensor that determines magnetism, and I attached it to the side of the cage, so every time the wheel would rotate one time, the magnet would move past the sensor. And then I had a Raspberry Pi, which is a little computer on a single circuit board, basically, that was hooked up to the sensor, that was reading in the data and counting the number of rotations. And then I had calculated, I knew the diameter of the wheel and therefore the circumference, and therefore how far this hamster was running per rotation of the wheel. So then I just made a website for him. I don't think it's still up. In fact, it's definitely not still up, but I own the domain still, randythehamster.com. And if you went there while this was working, you could see exactly how far the hamster had run in the last 24 hours and in the last year, I think, were the two measurements I was providing. And it turns out that at first I thought my calculations were wrong, and then I triple checked everything to make sure everything was working, and everything was correct, and Wikipedia corroborated me. But it turns out hamsters run 10 miles a day. And I was like, there's no way I'm running 10 miles a day just because this little hamster's doing it. Thank you for the follow. Beep, beep, lettuce. I appreciate it.
Take me out to dinner.
Grid. That hamster should try keyboards. That would keep it busy. Appreciate the sub, my dude. Let me give a quick little shout out to Grid. It is a lot, I know. But yeah, I don't know. I was like, immediately I gave up on the challenge because I was like, there's no way I'm going to actually run as far as that hamster does. But apparently that's what they do, though. They'll run out into the woods. They'll stuff their cheeks with seeds and things, and then they'll run back to their house and they'll deposit them and then just do that all night to accumulate a stockpile. So instinctively, that's what a hamster wants to do. So it'll just get on its wheel and go bananas, and just that's all it does at night. So anyways, he was a good hamster. I remember once too, I took him out of his cage and I was holding him because he was chill and he'd let you hold him. And I was like, oh, it'd be cute. Put him on my desk. Let him, kind of rove around and explore. Adorable, right? And he was standing at the edge of my desk, and my wife was like, you better catch him. He's going to jump. And I was like, he's not stupid. He's not going to jump. And right as I said that, he just spread eagle jumps off the edge of my desk and lands amongst all of the cables plugged into the back of my PC, which kind of caught him like a hammock upside down, and I managed to grab him, and he was totally fine. Apparently hamsters' terminal velocity is non-fatal, so they could fall from orbit and survive. Didn't know this. What's up, Filet? Sounds good. Hey, I still haven't forgotten about my challenge to identify you from the Instagram, but I haven't seen any good posts there that had enough employee faces, let's say, to have a positive ID. So I will I'll get to that when I get to that. It'll burn up before the landing. It might. I guess, yeah, let's rephrase that, shall we? I don't think that the impact would kill a hamster from orbit, but I think it might have a little heart attack from terror, or maybe, yeah, overheat. on the way down. I don't know, but yeah, they can fall from very high, I guess, and be okay. But yeah, he landed on the cables in the PC is like a little hammock, and he was totally fine. He was so cute though. We'd put him in his little ball, and he'd run around, and he'd try to interact with our dog, and our dog was very scared of him. So he'd end up chasing the dog all over the house, which was really funny. We started the challenge. We stopped doing social media. I know. I noticed that. I feel betrayed. Was this intentional? Did you tell your boss there's a creepy guy from Montana who's trying to identify employees, so we better not post on our story? I wonder if I can find a photo of him on my Google Photos. What did I just knock down? Oh. Switch. Also knocked the film off of it. Oops. I think there's spares. I wonder if I can just search hamster on Google Photos. Oh, look at that. Guys. Is this gonna load? I hope it does. This is my boy Randy. Look at him go in slow-mo. He's so cute. Rest in peace. The giant hamster ball in the sky. Aw. So we had him for, I think about maybe not quite a year. And, oh, here's another video. Oh, look at this majestic beast. Sounds good, filet. Yeah, so we had him for almost a year, I think. And, he had some sort, so I guess with long-haired hamsters, they're prone to pretty severe health issues that we didn't know about at the time. But he was just like the sweetest little hamster, and he'd just like to hang out with us and our dog. And so we were very sad when he did pass away. And I remember my wife was out of town, or no. This wasn't the case. So we both kind of mourned the hamster. We buried him out in my parents' field ceremonially at sunset. And then like maybe a month later, I still hadn't gotten rid of the hamster cage or any of that stuff. And my wife, I come home and I sit down on my computer, and my wife is like, "Hey, look at the hamster cage." So I look over at the hamster cage, and there's another hamster in there. This one is black, and it has short hair, so it's not as prone to health issues. And if you couldn't tell, I named the hamster, I named him Randy Savage after a pro wrestler, obviously. But she didn't want me to name this new one. I wanted to name him Kimbo Slice, which is another wrestler. But she named him Baloo, the bear from Jungle Book. Or Baloo is the bear from Jungle Book. And I was like, I was thrilled. I was like, oh, we got another hamster. This hamster was the meanest, most aggressive little turd in the world. And all he wanted to do was like shriek and bite you. And he did, you couldn't hold him, and you couldn't pet him. And if you try to feed him, and he would try to murder you. He was just a jerk. But I was like, well, you win some, you lose some. Not every hamster is going to be a winner. So took care of him. And then he had some sort of heart failure one day and just kind of died randomly out of the blue. And I remember calling my wife's cousin, who's a vet, and was like, "Hey, what do you think happened?" And they're like, "Probably heart attack. That's pretty common." Didn't know that either. And my wife was out of town, and I called her and I was like, "Hey, Baloo died." And she's like, "Oh, bummer." Because he was just a jerk. Like, we were kind of tired of taking care of him at that point. And I dude, this is terrible. I shouldn't be saying this on stream, but Dude, like I went out to my parents' house to try to bury him next to Randy for some reason because I felt like I should. But it was in the middle of winter, and I got the shovel out and I tried to dig, and the ground was so hard, you know, it's like 5 degrees Fahrenheit. And I was just like, I couldn't even get the shovel into the ground, and I was like, yeah, not worth it. And I threw him in the garbage can, which I feel a little guilty about, but at the same time, it was like, he's a hamster. I don't know. It's like, that was kind of sad, though. I don't know. Very unceremonious. That's not a story that I should share on Twitch, is it? That makes me look bad. I swear I'm not a monster. He was just a mean hamster. But also, like, the thing we found too is like hamsters make your room just smell like ammonia, like really badly. Just because even you change the bedding like every week, or even we tried like every other day, and it was just like the smell is like, it's not a bad smell. Lesson is, don't be a jerk. You'll be thrown in the garbage when you die. Well, if that's the lesson you want to take, that's I guess so. But yeah, they just have this really strong smell about them that, like, I don't know, not a huge fan of. So in fact, even the day that we moved out of that condo, there was still like a whiff of that smell. Like if the room got warm, like in the summer, when the sun would come through that window, sometimes you still kind of smell the hamster smell, and I feel a little bad about that. All right, I think I got a film on everything. And we got the bag shaken up. It's all, got them all shook up. That's an emote. That would be a fun emote. I actually have an animated emote slot now with the new affiliate rules, so maybe I should do that. That actually would be fun. I do kind of want to have a speed capping emote, though. So I'm definitely open to suggestions if you guys can think of a good speed capping emote. But that might be just like a fun one for chaos in general, you know? I'd be down for that. Somebody clip that so it's easy to find. Ah. Oh, some sort of synthetic fiber in this string. Interesting. Oh, no. No worries. I will dig that up. What time are we at in the stream? Hour 11-ish. Hour 10. We got it. Can I put my own markers in? I don't know. We're doing it analog. Whoop. Come on, buddy. I should make an emote of my hamster and just never explain it. Those of you who are... Oh, true. Listen. I guess my analog I meant... I said it out loud. I didn't make a clip. But you're right. It's still digital. Everything's digital, man. And the information superhighway. Did you guys ever watch The Magic School Bus? The oh no. Woo! That's that should be a raid message with no context. Oh my gosh, that's really funny. Well, wait, did you, Demi, were you here for the story? Do you get the reference? Oh, yeah, sorry. I did get distracted there, didn't I? Okay, Magic School Bus. If you remember this show, there was an episode where the school gets a computer system that starts automating everything, but it goes haywire, and like the flag's going up and down, and the sprinklers are turning on and off, and it's pandemonium in the school. So Miss Frizzle arms the crew. They get in the bus, and they go on into the computer through the printer, if I recall correctly. But I just remember a part of it where there's like a giant, like a ribbon cable bus connector of some kind that they skateboard on. And the term information superhighway kind of reminded me of that because that's a term I haven't heard since the 90s. And I don't know. I just wanted to skateboard on a ribbon cable so bad. I saw it as a kid and I was like, that's like the coolest thing. Ralphie's got his green skateboard and he's out there on a cable surfing inside a computer. That's so rad. What a cool guy. Not even rad. That's full radical. But I also remember being slightly traumatized by that show because there was remember Arnold? Like the kid who always complained? He like got really angry and took his helmet off in space and like freaking suffocated or something. I don't know. I just remember it being like wicked. I just remember that being scary. And then he also ate too many like Cheetos and he turned green because the Cheetos had kelp in them and they were green inside. I don't know. We should watch Magic School Bus on stream. Do you think we get DMCA'd for that? Do you think it would matter if we did? You guys even... Have you seen that show? We could learn so much. We could go inside a cell. We could talk about mitochondria. I think this is a great idea. It'd be so educational. We could determine how much of this science has been disproven at this point or is still accurate. I bet it's mostly still accurate. I don't feel like they went wild. Still copyrighted. Yeah, but see, what's the worst they're gonna do to me? I guess taking my channel down. That'd be bad. It's PBS. Oh. What's more public than a Twitch channel? Isn't PBS still a copyright holder in this situation, or is it like, how does that work? Because you're right, it was the public channels that had that show. I don't remember how the copyright with that works. Didn't like, yeah, that's true. Educational purposes only. Agreed. Maybe I'll just sit in a hot tub also, and then Twitch will just turn a blind eye. Right? That seems to be what goes on around here. Brilliant. Didn't Noki do a hot tub keyboard stream? Nokibo? I'm pretty sure he did. And I'm pretty sure I got a good chuckle out of it. At least one chuckle was gotten out of that. Oh, hey, this will fit in here too. Oh my gosh. Frank, look at this. This is beautiful. Oh man. Yeah, it's been a minute since that stream, but it was a good time. I've never seen anyone do anything like that. He's definitely one of a kind. All right, these are tactile, so we're not gonna lube the legs. SSO2, are you referring to my brush? Because if you are, it's the Divinity one. But this is Hobby Dry Brush. What is this? Oh, the solder sucker? Oh. Probably, I don't know. What is, I just call it the Burr gun, but I do have one. No, it's the FR301. I just dropped a tape measure. I just dropped a multimeter. Oh, it's a small one? Oh. I had a manual one that I lost. And I know that because the Burr gun had a breakdown on stream at one point, and I couldn't find my manual solder sucker, so I'm just gonna close one up right now just to give it a feel. That's not bad. It's got a little bit of leaf crunch, but it is a tactile. Clicking on a, that's a 403 forbidden right there. Huh. Oh, wait. I got it. Oh, yes, I've seen this. You can unscrew the red part and make it a weapon? What? Oh, probably because that's the only thing stopping it from fully ejecting out of the housing. You know, that sounds about right. Let's wedge this in here, and we'll use it to collect. We'll call collect. Did you ever call collect? Make the other person pay? Whoop. Let me take a pic. Okay. I did get the image to work, so I can see it, but you needed to get me a photo of, like, I don't know, some form of destruction. Maybe the pin sticking into the drywall, or like an eviscerated cardboard box. That's what I want to see. Huh? Oi. What's a 25-25? Okay. Uh-oh. Oh no. He's shooting me. Hello, officer. I've been shot. All right. He promised to stream that he was going to build 25 boards, but he ended up just building 1.5. That is an ambitious stream promise. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I too will build 25 boards, I'm sure, before I'm done being a streamer. Part one of many. Okay. Only about 63 hours. I've seen streamers do like speed builds where it'll be like 2 streamers and they're both trying to build a keyboard as fast as possible. That'd be an interesting competition, but I feel like you'd have to be building the same board, right? Like, it'd be a blink of an eye. 63 hours of pure solder fumes. Wake up in the hospital. Doctor tells you, sorry, you only built 24 builds. But this man is a hero. See, that's what... I think if you did like a head-to-head comp, right? Where it's like 2 streamers, give them both like a Mysterium and be like, all right, ready, set, go. That'd be kind of fun. You can build it the fastest. Because like in a board like that, you can't just go quickly because you could mess it up. You have to like also do it right. Now, that'd be interesting. Doing fulfillment for my local group buy. Oh, okay. So you're like mass producing. It's not like you're making 25 different boards. I see. Oh gosh, okay. Okay. That takes some effort. Did you see there was an SMD barleycorn? The masochist in me was like, ooh, now's my time. But I actually don't know if they sold that unsoldered, now that I think about it. Like, unbuilt. I don't think they did, actually. That would have been a heck of a build. See, at least Grid does everything in the 40% world, so maybe you don't have as many components to solder. I don't know. I'm just assuming that it's not like an 1800, like a Molly or something. Sounds good. Is it square pizza for breakfast? A cold square of pizza? Oh, okay. Just checking. Or maybe the world's floppiest breadstick. This man really came out here. For those of you who don't know, Grid did a 24-hour stream at one point. And he was eating breakfast or something, one of the meals. And he had one breadstick, which, first of all, a single breadstick is kind of weird, right? Like, I'd never just have one. If I go to, like, I don't know. My mind goes to Olive Garden, even though I hate that restaurant. But say I go to Olive Garden. I'm not just eating one breadstick. Maybe that's because I'm a rotund American. But, you know, that's not how I roll. And then it was like the floppiest breadstick I've seen in my entire life. It was practically still dough. And we were all very mystified by this in his chat. So that was fun. I have a screenshot somewhere of him eating it with no hands. Let me see if I can find it. because that was some nonsense. Thank you for the follow, Bullets for Brunch. I appreciate it. Let me see if I can dig up this screenshot of grids. There's no way. Where did I post it? I put it in his Discord. Where is it? I'm never gonna find it. If someone wants to deep dive Grid's Discord, you will find a screenshot I posted of Grid with a breadstick. Bullets sounds good. Welcome here. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining the fray. Clearly, we're only serious and not up to any nonsense here. I can't find it. Oh well. Someone else will find this. Really? Okay, right on. You got a some switches and a board picked out? Well, there's a screenshot of I don't know what that was. You do? Cool. What is it? If you don't mind sharing. Get back to this build. NJ80 hot swap, U4 silent tactiles, nice, and Akko keycaps. Cool. I love everything Gazu makes. I have not been disappointed by a switch of his yet. I use the Boba LTs in this mode 65 right up here, and I adore them. And then I have U4Ts. I just tried the friend of mine just built a board with the silent tactiles that you mentioned, and they're sweet. I have tried quite a few silent tactiles, and I've never liked them before, but those ones are really nice and very quiet. So yeah, that's sweet. It's just fun to build keyboards and, like, I don't know, something about it just speaks to me. I mean, if you can't tell, because I'm out here on Twitch. Okay. And just make sure that these are actually fully seating. Good. Yeah, they sound nice. Still nice and tactile. We're putting these in a Portico today. Couldn't get the board direct from manufacturer, so I found it on Amazon for 35 more. Okay, right on. Yeah, that's the biggest bane of this whole hobby is, even pre-pandemic, it just supply chain is bonkers. Like, wait times are insane. You know, it's funny. So, yeah, like 18 months is standard for a GMK keycap set at this point. You know, a year for a keyboard is pretty common. It does have more customizable options. Yeah. See, yeah, you can get whatever you want as long as you're either willing to wait for it, or it's like sometimes what's really frustrating, I think, and it's I think my least favorite part for newcomers to have to deal with is, like, say you find the perfect keycap set and it's exactly what you want, but it ran in a group buy last April and they're not making more, and so either you just don't get those keycaps or you buy them on Mech Market and you pay 3 times the normal price for a set of keycaps. I saw a guy trying to get GMK Darling for like $700 on Mech Market, and I was like, that's brutal. So fortunately, a lot of the popular ones get rerun, so there'll potentially be an R2 of some of them. But yeah, it's like, but by the same token, there's so many keycap sets. that honestly, in my mind, they're starting to blur together at a certain point where it's like, oh, that's a great looking keycap set, but I actually have one that looks pretty similar, so I actually don't need to buy that, which is nice. So it's a great hobby, though. I shouldn't complain. I love the hobby. I think there are things that can be done to make it slightly more beginner friendly, and I think one of the things that's happening now, I've noticed that Omnitype and Novel Keys have both had GMK keycaps in stock after the group buy fulfills. So they're clearly just ordering a ton of extras and then just keeping them on the shelves for a while. I guess both of those companies have the space for it, which is awesome. So like, yeah, if there's a set that either you didn't go in on the group buy at first, or you weren't even in the hobby at the time, but you see it and you're like, oh, that's brilliant, you can still get it after it drops if it's one of those vendors. So I'm very pleased about that. I think Omnitype said today that they had 5 in-stock GMK keycap sets, which is crazy. Boards are a little different, obviously, but like, yeah, like, crazy. Keycaps, what do they have right now? Modern Dolch 2, Modern Dolch Lite, Pono, SA Dual Shot. I believe all of those are in stock right now, which is insane. So, yeah. And then they did like an R2 of Botanical. They did an R2 of GMK Dual Shot. So, anyways, kind of neat. And then there's people out here like Geon Works who are working very hard to try to make keyboards more accessible by doing monthly drops instead of like one big group buy. I think Mode did a rolling group buy. I think Keychron has really stepped their game up, and I've been very impressed with what's coming out of their factory. So Switch brands like TC are making good products, and yeah, overall, I'm happy. I think that now more than ever is a great time to be part of this hobby, so it's pretty sweet. The board we're building today is a budget board that I'm excited to try. I'm hoping that it punches above its weight and it sounds awesome. We'll see. But one way or another, the switches are going to be spicy. Muy caliente. You know what's funny though? I'm pretty used to 1 to 2 years of lead time for keyboard related things. Like that's just kind of standard at this point. And so I'm in the middle of purchasing a truck. And there's an automotive shortage at the moment in the US. So it's driven the prices of used vehicles so high, especially where I live in Montana, where everybody loves Toyota and everybody wants a truck, that used vehicles are significantly more expensive than brand new ones if the dealer is selling at MSRP, which my local dealer is. So I was looking to buy a Toyota Tacoma, so like the smaller truck that they make, because I don't need something huge. I just need something that I can like move around 4x8 sheets of plywood and stuff with. And loading V4, hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. So I was looking at buying a truck and ended up deciding to go with a brand new one because it was cheaper than one from 5 years ago with 80,000 miles on it, which is kind of insane to me. But I'm talking to the guy at the dealership and he's like, yeah, I'm really sorry. These ones are going to hit the factory line next week and it'll be about 60 days before you can get your hands on it. I was like, he's like, I know that's a really long time and I apologize. And I was like, dude, you have no idea. Like 60 days for something that you order is nothing in my world. Can't get a car, gas is way too expensive. Yeah, it's brutal. And I mean, the irony of buying a markedly less fuel efficient vehicle right now is not lost on me, that's for sure. But yeah, it's ridiculous. And in Montana, it's not that bad. Like Yeah, dude, it for sure. Like the Tacoma, I think was Kelly Blue Book's, like whatever their award they give for the vehicle that holds its value the best for the last like 8 years or something ridiculous. So, yeah, the guy told me that I'd probably make money by driving it off the lot because like people just pay more than MSRP for a used one. So I don't know. You know, you go your whole life and conventionally I would say that still is true. Like you lose money buying a new vehicle, but for whatever reason in this case it's not. So it just feels weird. But it is nice that in time to get a car that has the highest mileage possible for a gallon. I know. Well, so I was going to get the Ford Maverick, which I had actually put down a pre-order for, which is a truck that gets about 47 miles to the gallon because it has a hybrid powertrain. But there've just kind of been enough things coming out about it, you know, that have worried me, like clutches burning up and things like that, where I was like, you know, if I have to take it in for some incredibly expensive and time-consuming repair, that's definitely going to offset the cost of the gas. Plus, in Montana, it's expensive, but it's not like California expensive, you know? Like, a friend of mine just went down to California, and he said it was like $6 a gallon. But for me, it's still just under $4, I want to say. So, like, survivable. Unpleasant, but survivable. But yeah, 47 highway. So, it's like... 47 city... And I think it was actually a little bit lower highway because it has, you know, the electric part of it will run out eventually. But yeah, it had like a 600-mile range on it. But yeah, I was just like, I'm also not a huge fan of the body styling per se. So I just ended up deciding to go with the Tacoma, which isn't, I mean, it gets 22, which isn't bad, but like it's not 47, that's for sure. But I don't know. I'll live. Plus, I guess I'd like to think that the value that the vehicle retains is worth more in the long run than what I spend on the gas for it, but who knows. The ECT mode on the Taco is clutch for long drives. Oh yeah? Is that? I thought, to my understanding, that was for like a little bit of extra power, but it also just kind of rearranges the brake points for where it switches between gears. I don't fully understand it, exactly what it does. Tiny Beetles? Oh, that'd be fun. I actually do have a very soft spot in my heart for Mini Coopers because 1 year on my anniversary with my wife, we went to Vancouver and we rented a Mini Cooper and we drove all around Canada in that thing, and it was so much fun. And like that would be super fun to have, actually, a little baby Mini Cooper that gets crazy good gas mileage. It was orange and white, and it was just the best. It gives you more power, but from what I've noticed, to get better mileage. Oh, okay. A 2019 Mini Cooper? That's not as good as I thought it would be. I mean, 33 highway is still pretty good, but like we have a RAV, it's the front wheel drive version of a RAV4 that gets like 40 on the highway. Interesting. Oh, a Beetle, okay. Do they still make those? Like, do they have like a 2022 Beetle, or did they end the production for those? Volkswagen Beetle, yeah. That's good to know about the ECT, though. I'll definitely keep that in mind. I'm also, dude, I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked about this. The one that they had, so because I was picking from the ones that they were allocated by Toyota, I got to pick. Now, they apparently at this point, the dealership can't request a specific trim package and whatever, but so Toyota just says like, here's the ones that you're getting. And so the one that I'm getting is their army green color, which, dude, if you haven't seen it, it's sweet. It's a really cool color. Let me pull it up. It's like it kind of reminds me of like, I don't know, a vehicle from Halo or something. But yeah, I'm pretty psyched about it. So it used to be only for the TRD Pro model, but then I guess recently, because this year the TRD Pro has like the lime green color, they brought the green, like the army green, down to the off-road voodoo blue. Oh, that's also an amazing color. Yeah, so I have the I think the full spec package is like the army green off-road with the blackout package, which I think looks really nice with like the black emblems. And so yeah, I should have it in a couple months, which I'm really psyched about. They tried to up by me for the TRD Pro, which is like $8,000 more. Yes. Yeah, you see, that's the thing too, is I don't like the hood scoop. Like, if it's non-functional, why would I buy a hood scoop? I do like the all-black wheels on the TRD Pro, but like, I can get my own wheels and put them on there. And honestly, like, I think there's better-looking black wheels than the TRD Pro wheels. So, yeah, definitely think that the TRD Pro is a little bit... I think the difference too being like the Fox shocks versus the Bilsteins, but it's like, I don't really care that much about the shocks. Frankly, I'd be okay with the sport model if it didn't have the hood scoop that I don't like, and also if it actually came in army green, which it doesn't. So honestly, I'd probably not going to use a lot of the features because I don't do a lot of like off-road type stuff. I do live in Montana, so there's plenty of like off-road terrain to be had, but like I don't do it that often, but at least it's nice to have. Like the crawl mode is probably never going to get touched in mine, but I mean, you know, if I have to have it. The red stitching. Oh, right. Yes, gotta have the red stitching. I do actually, this one does have the leather seats, which is nice because then I can have like the seat warmers, and I just feel like I had a RAV for years that actually got totaled, which is, I had to replace it with another RAV, but it had cloth seats and they were absolutely filthy from, I used to work at a mattress manufacturing company, and just, you know, the dust you get on you from the loading dock and stuff it was all over the interior of the car. And so at this point I'm like, I'm kind of rather just have leather and not even deal with, you know, having to shampoo my seats, which is annoying. You know what's funny too is so I called my dealership and asked if I could take an off-road Tacoma on a test drive, and they were like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. Unfortunately, we don't have any in the green color that you ordered. And I was like, I don't care. And they're like, oh good, a lot of people do care. And I was like, dude, I'm gonna be inside it while I'm driving it. What are you talking about? Like the color doesn't matter. But this is kind of funny. People are, I mean, I get wanting to see it in person, but they had some at the dealership that they just didn't have available for a test drive that you could still look at. The sand color on the yes, my neighbor has a sand Tacoma, and I think it looks fantastic. So yeah, I honestly really like the Lunar Rock too. That's one of their newer ones, and so I was they didn't have any of the sand ones available that they were allocated from Toyota, but they did have a Lunar Rock, and I thought about it, and it was a little bit cheaper, but it didn't have leather seats, so I kind of ended up deciding, you know, we'll just go with the green I liked the best, and also it had the, you know, nicest feature set. So when I was a kid, my dad had he still actually has it. It's 25 years old, but 97 Dodge Dakota. That was kind of a forest green, and so I always loved that truck, and so I feel like that's maybe partly why I like this color so much, is that it's actually pretty similar to that green Dodge Dakota. Dude, he's babied that thing too. It's 25 years old, but it still runs just fine, and it only has 100,000 miles on it, which is insane. I don't care. Yeah, I mean, it's true. I guess in this case, it was more just that I had a choice. You know, it was like, I can pick any color I want. I'm going to pick this one. But you're right. I mean, especially if you're inside it, it's like I can't really see that much. But I'm excited to have a car that, like, you know, I get out of it and I walk away from it, and I'm excited to turn and take a second look, you know. I I don't know. I've never really had a car that I thought was like a super good looking car. So that'll be cool. It'll be neat. All right. You should ask if Filet gets back in here. You should ask him about cars. He works for a company that wraps cars, and so he was wrapping a. He posted in my Discord. He was wrapping a Bugatti Veyron, I think, or maybe a Chiron. I don't know. It was a. I think it was a Bugatti of some kind, which is insane. Hey, welcome back. We're just talking about trucks, truck stuff. You know, out here with the boys. Monday night is for the boys. Not really.
Bruh.
What a good clip. Dude, your setup is just like rapidly improving though, because that clip's not even that old and your stream setup already looks like a very different. I noticed you had like lights on your back wall. Dude, it's increasingly higher production value and I'm here for it. You did, yeah, you painted the walls black and you had like purple LEDs on them too. That's nice. Not living in Reno helps. Wait, did you used to live in Reno? Oh, in a Reno. I was like, you moved from Nevada to Canada? Nice. That makes more sense. Hey, is today Magic Monday for you? I can't remember which, how frequently that happens. Ooh. Stem is getting away from me. There we go. Woo! Move the other stream to Tuesdays. Oh, okay, gotcha. Try Hard Tuesdays. I love it. That's fantastic. Have you seen the previews? There's been a couple previews for the, what is it? The Streets of New Capenna. It looks sick. Nice. Okay. Fair enough. The doobie. Haven't yet, but I'm stoked. Me too. It's, yeah, just that like kind of Art Deco style is so interesting. I don't know. I'm into it. I had an awkward experience. I was at Target and just kind of milling around while my wife was trying on some clothes, and I bump into the young child who absolutely dumpstered me at the Kamigawa pre-release event. I was like, well, this is awkward. Hello. You're probably like 15 years younger than I am, and you absolutely murdered me, and I don't know what to say to you. So I just kind of ignored them and wandered the other direction, but that was kind of funny. I was like, I don't know how to handle this interaction right now. Patness! Hello! It's good to see you. Saw you this morning on... It was my morning, rather, on Elvin's stream. Hey, Frank! Yo, what's up? Hey, Frank, look at this. You see this? This just showed up in the mail. and it's fantastic. Thank you. I won this through my massive talent on Frank's stream, and he mailed it to me. So now Frank knows my home address. So that's privileged information, but he does know it. Isn't it? Dude, it's so nice. I don't know if I'm using it correctly because I have the this here, but wait. The winner. Oh, you're re-giving it away? Oh, okay. See, I do want to enter, but also I already have it, so I'd kind of feel bad. I want someone to win it who like doesn't have it. But if I won it, then I'd just do a giveaway on my channel. And then Frank would win it. And then Frank would do a giveaway on his channel. It'd be like the Brotherhood of the Traveling Keycaps. Right? Oh. Frank, it is a very high quality keycap set, I must say. I really like it. After all that drama. Oh, all of us sign it? We could each sign one of the space bars, and the value of that keycap set would go into the toilet because who wants a keycap? Who wants a space bar with Sharpie on it? Wait, so what exactly happened? Someone won it and then just didn't want it? Even like I wasn't there, unfortunately. I was what was I doing? Was I driving? I can't remember now. Oh, I remember. I was manically cleaning the house because my wife was coming home for 2 weeks for spring break and I didn't want her to realize how I've been living. So that's what I was doing. Oh gosh, that's oh man. Okay. That's kind of brutal. Oh no, no. Huh. Why would you even ask that? That's weird. Can I sell it? Okay. Like, of course you can if you wanted to once it gets to you, but like, don't, I don't know. Something about a gift horse and a mouth, right? Fair enough. Fair enough. Elvin is just the best advocate for everyone. Like, I remember when there were all the hate raids going on, he was the one who was like telling everyone how to like go into emote only mode and like all this other stuff. And I don't know. What a guy. I love that man. He was in here earlier and we were talking about how he had a hype train this morning and a lot of famous streamers are now subscribed to him, which is pretty amazing. You know? He we were all just sort of meme gifting him subs this morning, which was fun. I'm still talking about it, Elvin. No, we're not actually. Like, we're literally doing the opposite. We're talking about how much we appreciate you. And Pokimane appreciates her sub to you. All right, let's put the tops on these ones. Yes. Pokimane can now use the all the elven emotes that she wants. These are nice. I've never used SP stars before, but we're putting them in a Portico today. Also, the stock stabilizers that came with the Portico looked kind of nice. I can't remember what brand they were, but I just checked out the kit to make sure that it all looked right. And yeah, didn't look like they cheaped out on the stabilizers or anything. So usually that's like the first thing I recommend that a client replaces is the stabs. But they look nice. What if Pokimane's next go live notification has the Elven Soju Kiss emote in it? Just think about that. I would have a meltdown. That would be so funny. You gotta wonder how often big streamers like that get just like how many subs they've been gifted. Probably her specifically because it's kind of a meme. No, she didn't. We were all just gifting random because you can specify who you want to gift a sub to. So this morning we were all just gifting Elvin random subs to like streamers, and so I gifted Pokimane a sub to Elvin's channel. But like you gotta wonder how often, like how many subs, like what percentage of Twitch she's subscribed to at any given moment, just because like people like me do that. Yo, hold on, can we get an exclamation point Boctopus in the chat? I don't know why I put Boctopus as a command as well, but I did. I just thought it was funny, I guess. What's up, Archie? I think I'm the only one who calls you that, and I'm proud of it. How are you? There's a clip of Pokimane browser struggling to open Twitch emote. Oh, just because she has a million of them? Oh, Kectopus should be a good... We should use that as a command, too. That's a good idea. Hey, wait, hold on. I gotta look at the vendor, but I have one of your desk mats coming, and I'm very excited about it. In fact, I think... Hold on. Octo. Oh, KBD fans. That's who was the vendor for that. But yes, I put it in my database of things I own as the Boctopus desk mat. Am I going to sip high-end water off of it? That's a great question. Is that what Frank is going to do? How high-end are we talking? Like, is this like Fiji water? That's not that high-end, I don't know. Well, I don't know what I would consider high-end water. From my cabinet behind me. Some of that water. I don't know. Is the what ABV is this mat rated for? Is desk mat shots the new keyboard thing? Even if you guys know what a shot ski is, I'm curious how far of a reach this has. Or have you even heard of a shot ski? Tim decided to snort water off of it? Okay. All right, Tim. That's why he's partnered streamer Tim Keyless. It is Tim. So a shot ski is a thing that is, as far as I know, kind of a local thing, but I'm sure it's outside of Bozeman, Montana, but it's a ski that they have like epoxied a bunch of shot glasses to. And so you and like 4 friends line up and then you all tilt the ski at the same time and take a shot off of it. And invariably, due to height differences or lack of coordination or just general inebriation, somebody gets like tequila poured all over their face. It's an event. Guys, this is taking a while. I'm just now realizing. I'm not even done with the first frame. I don't know what you would call it. Batch of switches. Think about the times that we've already spent together, the memories we've shared. We talked about the Magic School Bus and the Internet Superhighway. We talked about throwing a hamster in the trash. We discussed fuel efficiencies of various tiny vehicles. It's been a productive day, I would say. We looked at a video of Grid attempting to assassinate me with a solder sucker. You know? It's all highlight reel stuff right here. Oh no. We got a clip. Hold on. We got to pause the music. We got to pull up this clip. Hello? Please hold. Suddenly I can't control my... Suddenly I can control my... There we go.
Oh my god! I'm wet!
3 months ago, where was I?
Oh yeah.
That's perfect. I love that. Okay. Oh boy. God bless you, Tim Keyless. Wherever you are. Whatever you're doing right now. We wouldn't have you any other way. That man is married. Think about that. I don't think he was at the time, but he is now. GT. You know what game I've been getting way more into lately? That is an older game that I gave up on and then I came back to is the game by Respawn, The Force Awakens, that like it's basically like, I don't know, like Dark Souls light in the Star Wars universe. And apparently I was talking to a friend about, and I was like, dude, I hate this game, like it's so hard. And I got stuck because I couldn't double jump to get over a gap, and he's like, "Oh, you just went to the wrong planet first." So boot up the game again, and I switched to a different planet, and sure enough, the game is actually fun again. And I've been having a great time. So I might actually stream that at some point just because it's been super fun. Yeah, it's a neat game. Yeah, follow. I think so. Whatever yeah. I'm sure it's that one. Yeah. Fallen Order. Did I say The Force Awakens? Isn't that's the movie title? And then there was what was the one from like PlayStation 2 era? The Force Unleashed. I think. I had that game back in the day. That was wild. But yeah, Fallen Order has been very fun. Star Wars Fallen Order SVU. These are their stories. Oh, come on. I dropped a spring. Oh, no. Oh, interesting. I only played the first Force Unleashed. I just remember freaking wrecking Wookiees as Starkiller? What was his name? I don't know. Angrier Darth Vader. Nice. Yeah. Dude, Respawn makes good games. Like, just in general. I love Titanfall. It's probably my favorite game franchise of all time. And I feel like Apex is my favorite battle royale if I ever, and I never, have the urge to play a battle royale. Like, I don't know. I just like it the most. But I just want a Titanfall 3, man. Like, that would be incredible. I don't know that it's ever going to happen because Apex is such a cash cow that I don't think EA is going to take the pedal off the metal on that one. But freaking BT. Dude, I know. That's okay. So we were talking about how I ordered this truck, right? So look at this. I want to take this truck. Hold on. Right? This green truck with the orange accents and get a license plate that says BT7274. I think that'd be awesome. Protocol 3. Protect the driver. I know, right? I wanted a license plate that says Bre, but the like potential of a truck that looks like that with a license plate that says BT is just too great, I think. It's too powerful. Fallen Order 2 is due out next year. Okay. Well, then I gotta finish this one first then, huh? I also really want to play Sekiro because I've been seeing all the Elden Ring hype and it's like, it looks like a cool game and I definitely would be interested in trying it. But for some reason, Sekiro appeals to me more. If I were to play what is it, FromSoft? Is it FromSoft or Neversoft? I think it's FromSoft. I think Neversoft is a defunct studio. But Sekiro seems really cool too. If I do get that vanity plate, though, I will post it on the Discord. Whichever one I get, too. Because, yeah, Bre would be really funny as well. And I don't think it's taken in Montana. I'm pretty sure it's available. I don't know. I wanted to get that on my wife's car, but she was not the most into that idea. which is fine. She drives it, not me. Go. She wouldn't hate me. She'd just be like, this is dumb. Why'd you do this? And then move on with her life. Oh my gosh, Patness. Patness is the first one here. That's funny. Yeah, I guess no one redeemed that. Who was actually first? I think Demi was first. Oh no. Okay. It's time. Stalling while I'm adjusting this switch film. All right. It doesn't matter who was first. Patness was first. It's true. All right, bottoms up, fellas. Here's my kosher salt. Oh. That was pleasant. Hey, and you know what's good about this? I'm actually wearing different clothes than normal. So you can tell it's not just like a previously grabbed screenshot, you know? I've noticed that I tend to always wear like the same outfit every Monday. Just because I'm like picking out my clothes for the week and I'm like, oh yeah, this one seems good. And I have that exact thought process every single week. Oh no, it's time to spin the Tim Key A around. Let's do it. This time, this is the first time we've had this, I think, I've been using this keyboard. The PBT Tara. Oof. Okay. Here we go, everybody. This is the content that, truthfully, some of you are paying for. And I appreciate it. Hold on, we gotta pause the music and just behold this. That's for you, Tim, and Patness. Do you guys know the origin of that? I think Elvin does. I think Elvin was here when that was originated. Someone came into my chat randomly while I was building something, and they were like, hey, can you put the A keycap? I think it was actually the A keycap. One of them. On your... I think the first thing they said was like, what screwdriver is that? And I was like, oh, it's the WoW stick. The WoW stick. And they were like, cool, can you put the A keycap on there and spin it around? And I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, I asked Alex Otos to do it and he wouldn't do it. And I was like, well, happy to provide some entertainment, I suppose. And then I did it and they were like, okay, cool, thanks. And then I've never seen them since. Just as quickly as they arrived, they vanished. It was magical. So, and now we have a channel point redeemed forever that they'll maybe never know about. How neat is that? All right. First rack is switches down. Oh, Creative Cloud. Is this the like third stream in a row that Creative Cloud has bothered us during? I have 2 new updates, guys. Probably better install them. I think we're doing 10 more than normal. Usually we do sets of 90, but because they come in 25s, we're doing a set of 100 today. We'll have some spare ammo. Yeah. Guys, hey, I saw a couple movies recently that I want to talk about. The first one, and I've mentioned this already, was the new Batman movie. Frank, have you seen it? My hot take is that it was very good, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Done with work? Oh, bummer. I don't get to be on the TV? Yes, I loved it. The first like 30 minutes are like the perfect Batman content. I loved it. So no spoilies there, but everybody did a great job. I really liked Commissioner Gordon, and I liked the villain a lot. And yeah, it was a good time. Second movie I saw is a movie that I've never heard anyone talk about before, other than Red Letter Media, which is one of my favorite like movie review channels on YouTube. It's called One Cut of the Dead. I think it came out in like 2017 or something. But it's a little Japanese zombie movie that was so good, dude. It was so good. Like, it's one of those movies that when you watch it, like the first time you watch it, you're like, this is losing me. I don't like this. I don't understand. Like the first half hour, you're like, I don't like this at all. And then there's a twist that happens in the middle, and you're like, I don't like this twist. And then you watch to the end, and you're like, this was one of the most brilliant movies I've ever seen, and it was so charming and delightful. I seriously recommend watching the whole thing. It's great. 10 out of 10. I don't know that I would give it a 10 out of 10 as far as movies go, but I give it like a solid 8.5. Like, I loved it. But yeah, it's definitely one of those movies that like, it's just like, ew. Is there a huge benefit of using Kester solder? I don't think so. I don't use it. Oh yeah, I do. I was like, no, I don't, but I have some. Honestly, no, I don't think so. The solder doesn't really matter that much. More about the ratios of like tin and lead. You can get like rosin core and flux core and Rojas certified. And doesn't really matter. But I feel like Grid would know more than me. He works with a lot like of surface mount components and stuff. where it's a little bit more important, I think. Talking about the new Batman. I haven't actually seen Peacemaker. Should I check it out? I know what it is, but I haven't seen it. I do have HBO though, so I could watch it. But the new Batman is fantastic. I think what also helped with that is I watched it in a Turning Red. No, wait, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. You know, I haven't even seen Soul yet, which I'm really bummed about because I love John Baptiste and all of his music, and I love jazz and I love Pixar, but I just haven't had time yet. But I should watch that one. Yeah, Elvin, you got a take on the solder situation? Soul is so good. That's what I've heard. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of jazz. I play a lot of jazz on the drums. I was in the jazz band in college. And yeah, it seems like a perfect movie for me. Marathon Peacemaker if you get the chance. Tempted to get a keyboard with Vigilante's color scheme. Okay, all right, I'll check it out. Yeah, honestly, I'm not a huge superhero movie guy, just kind of in general. In fact, I would say my favorite superhero movie of all time is actually Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. I don't know. There's something about that movie that just really resonated with me. Maybe it was the music. But I did very much enjoy that Batman movie, and I also, I don't know, it had big shoes to fill, but I feel like it did a good job. Tonally, it was really good. I also really like Matt Reeves as a director. He did the new, the second and third Planet of the Apes movies, and actually, I really like those. Like, they're so much better than they have any right to be. Which movie? Soul? You had an existential crisis after? I feel like Pixar is good at doing that. Pixar is such a good movie studio. Like, they just make movies that everybody can love. I really respect them for that. You know? Like, I don't know that I would necessarily say that there is a Pixar movie in, like, my top 5, but I don't know that I've seen one that I didn't like, which is very tough to do because I'm incredibly critical of movies. So, I don't know. They're just consistently high quality, which is, like, very hard to do. Toy Story 2 got me so hyped as a kid. That opening sequence where he's fighting Zurg. Come on now. You can't tell me that didn't get you hyped. Whoop. All right, last film. That's what we should do. We should have a segment where we talk about films while I'm putting films on Switches. How's that? And we have one whole spare sheet. That's actually what I used to do. Not films, but when I would lube in film Switches, I would just put on Seinfeld and just vibe. Dude, I have the Seinfeld Lego set. I haven't built it yet, though. It's a weight loss goal for me. I'm trying to lose weight here, and I'm motivating myself by reserving that for when I've hit a goal weight. So someday when your boy de-thickens a little bit, I'll build that bad boy up. Maybe even on stream. That'd be a fun stream project, building the Lego set. Whoa. Oh, it's fun. It's very fun. Classic 90s sitcom. Is there a cricket in here? What's going on? Sometimes they sneak these songs onto this. I'm using the soundtrack app from Twitch. And sometimes there'll be like a random Christmas song or like funny samples. But this time it was a cricket. Watch a lot of sitcom. Okay. Yeah, I would say it's probably my favorite sitcom from the 90s. I've never seen Cheers, but I've heard people like that. I'm not a huge fan of Friends. Whoop. But I understand the appeal. For sure. My wife really likes Friends. A lot of iconic moments from both shows, I would say. Oh, the cricket's back. Hey, nothing wrong with it. I guess it's just not for me. And I think part of it is just that like it's like similar but different from Seinfeld, which is the show that I watched as like a kid, and so I really like that. Like makes it like it's like it feels like Seinfeld, but I don't recognize these characters. You know, maybe that's what it is. I've heard a lot of people say like that American sitcoms are a good way to learn English, which I think is interesting. I feel like they talk really fast in shows like that though. So or they'll use like a lot of the jokes maybe hinge on like figures of speech or something that would make it hard to understand, but I don't know. I'm always amazed that people can learn English as a second language because frankly, it's kind of a garbage language. In my opinion, it's just like it's got so many ways that the rules get broken, you know. My mom's an English teacher, and she just has like I don't know, the amount of rule breakers that you have to remember are unbelievable. And I constantly think about how fortunate I am that it was the first language that I learned when my mind was young and pliable, so I didn't have to like try to understand it as some monstrosity later in life. But I don't know. Maybe I'm being overly critical of it. All that to say, I'm very impressed with people who learn it as a second language. Think it's easier than the other language? Really? Like easier than Thai? To be fair, I know literally nothing about Thai. Other than that it looks beautiful. I've seen it written out a couple times. Patness has typed it in my chat before. So much easier? Interesting. Huh. Okay. Let's get these guys done. And then we'll actually not... we still gotta lube the stabilizers, don't we? That's okay. There are 44 syllables and 26 vowels and 5 tones. Oh my word. That's a lot. Interesting. So like the alphabet is much harder. Interesting. I guess I hadn't considered that. That I guess we have a relatively simple alphabet. I guess my mind tends to go more towards like grammatic structures that are weird. You know? I guess though there are also like in Spanish there's a decent amount of rule breakers like I just remember in high school and college taking Spanish, and there were some nouns that like you would use, like in Spanish, the adjectives or the articles they have to match the nouns like gender, but sometimes they're the wrong one just because there's like a rule breaker in there. I don't exactly remember. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but I do remember there were the ones that you just had to like memorize that these are exceptions, and so I guess probably all languages have stuff like that. But also English is like a collection of a bunch of different languages, which makes the rules get strange because some parts of it are follow the rules of like a Romance language and some of them don't. I do like Spanish though. I spent a couple weeks in Nicaragua, and it was very fun trying to speak Spanish with the locals down there, and they're very patient with you, which is nice. I've watched a couple Korean TV shows with my wife, and I feel like it would be very convenient to learn Korean because then I could actually do things while I'm watching the show. Like, I feel like I can't even eat food while I'm watching the show because if I can't see the subtitles, like if I look down for 1 second to my cereal bowl and I miss what's going on in those subtitles, then I suddenly lost all the context for whatever dramatic moment is happening. I want to learn a third language. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't even know two. I know like one in an honorable mention. I'm sure it's, yeah. Unless you count programming languages, in which case I know like 5. But I don't think those count. Elvin is doing some tutoring in the chat. But I don't trust him. Oh no. Elvin, the linguistics teacher, teaching the important phrases first. Best way to learn a language is to learn the cuss word. That's true. Or at least that's the word you'll recognize. Oh, okay. I know the other Russian word. That's like the one Russian word I know. Yeah, that one. See, I think Patness is too wholesome for this, Elvin. We can't be... We gotta pick more wholesome phrases for Patness's honorary third language. Guys, I have a dentist appointment tomorrow. I have to go get a filling because I have a cavity. I'm not happy about it. Oh, I know that one. That's a good one. I actually do know a little German. Yeah. I had avoided cavities most of my life, but I went to the dentist last week and they were like, nope, you got one. So got to go get a shot in my mouth and get my tooth filled. And then go to work and drool all over the place because I can't feel my mouth. That'll be fun. Oh, is there a Thai song that says it in a lot of different languages? That's wholesome. Like that. Aw. See, that's on brand with Patness. My glasses keep sliding down my big old greasy nose. Look like an old man. Like a cobbler in a workshop. That's okay. I do kind of radiate old man energy sometimes, and I'm okay with that. I've accepted it and embraced it at this point. Oof. Oh, that's brutal. That's way worse though, honestly, than a cavity though. I got lucky and I only had 2 wisdom teeth. But here's a fun fact for y'all. See these 2 teeth? This one and this one? I've been lying to you. Those are not real. Those are fake. A deception. A ruse. I just never had any adult teeth grow in there. So when I got my wisdom teeth pulled out, they went in there. They did a little like bone graft, and then they installed like a metal socket, a titanium socket in there, and then put in some stitches. So I only had 2 teeth to deal with, but I also had stitches in the front. And then like a month later when that healed, they put on some little titanium spikes in there so that my gums would heal around the spike. And then when that healed, so I had little vampire fangs for a while, then they pulled the spikes out and they put on like these ceramic teeth on top of them. So yeah, that was an interesting experience. But one of the things I remember, because when they go to put these teeth in, they have to numb up your mouth because they have to cut out the gum to install the tooth. And I remember they were trying to do a needle like up into my gum right here, but she stuck it through too far and it came out next to my nose. And I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and the nurse was like, oops, and pulls it back down, and I was just like, oh no. Yeah, no, they're not veneers, they're implants, so they're actually like drilled into my jaw. And it's funny because sometimes they feel more solid than my actual teeth. Like if I got punched really hard in the face, I don't think I would lose those teeth. I think I maybe would lose the other ones, but it's interesting. It was a lot of appointments to get those done, but they're nice. Like they're rock solid. I remember the first thing I did when I got them in too is I went home and I bought an apple, and I ate the apple without cutting it up, because for years all I had were the 2 middle teeth and then gaps and then the other teeth. And so whenever I'd eat an apple, I would just take 2 teeth's worth of little bites out of it, and it was really annoying. So yeah, that was the first thing I did. I was like, I want to just eat an apple with my teeth, and it was great. So yeah, they're nice. Very nice. I got them in I think the summer before I started college, which was nice timing. But yeah, good times. They are kind of weird to floss though, because when I floss, I can actually go like above them kind of up until I hit the titanium screw, which is interesting. Kind of a funny feeling, but it doesn't hurt or anything. It's just weird. But yeah, I remember too, when I was in high school, I had braces. And because those teeth, like once the baby teeth fell out, the, adult teeth just never grew in. Like I didn't lose them to an accident or anything. I just never had them. And so what my orthodontist did was he took a pair of dentures and he pulled out those two teeth and he put a brace on them and then stuck them on the same wire as the rest of my teeth. But because of that, they were just sort of like floating. So I figured I could flip them upside down. So they're kind of like almost outside my mouth. I don't know. Not the usual implants people get before college. Hey, well, that's true. But yeah, so I could turn the teeth upside down, so they were kind of poking out of my mouth and looked almost like little tiny tusks. And then when the braces came off, I had a retainer that had the teeth in the retainer. So like I would just wear the retainer during the day and not during the night. And, but I'd have to take it out to eat food. So I would end up with losing two of my teeth every time I'd go to eat, which was interesting. But yeah, it's something you really take for granted though, like having a full set of teeth is so nice. And I'm very thankful that my parents, got me braces as a kid so that they're relatively straight. And, I don't know. Oh, guys. Oh, man. I don't think I've ever shared this story on stream. But this is a doozy. So when I was probably... It was junior high, I want to say. I need a visual aid. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, so when I was in like junior high, I had braces, and one of the things they were trying to correct, oh, here it is, was an issue where my jaw itself was a little too small. So the first thing they do when they give you braces is they put metal rings on your back teeth, and that's kind of on your molars, and that's what everything kind of anchors to. And so I had something called an expander, which looks like, oh, it's hard to see. It looks like mine was more like, I don't know, maybe kind of like this, except for it was a full U shape, right? So like, kind of like this, but imagine that the top parts are connected, right? And so that was installed in my upper jaw. And so one year, it was New Year's Eve. The orthodontist would use the key to turn it, but yeah, he would expand it that way. But I was a rambunctious youth, and I had been playing around with my tongue on that expander a lot. And so I had actually loosened it to the point where I could pop it out with my tongue. I could pop it out of the like rings on my molars that were supposed to hold it and pop it back in. So it really wasn't doing its job anymore because I could kind of remove it whenever I wanted to. But regardless, it was New Year's Eve. We went to Arby's, which is like a roast beef restaurant. And we all got roast beef sandwiches. And then that night, we're all sitting around the table eating it. And my expander popped out while I was eating, and I swallowed it. It kind of got wrapped up in the food I was eating, and I just swallowed, and then it was gone. And I was like, uh-oh, that's bad. So I knew my parents were going to panic. So I kind of calmly tried to explain, hey, I just swallowed my expander. And then, not surprisingly, they kind of panicked. And so they took me to the hospital. My dad drove me and was very concerned. I had swallowed it but not inhaled it, and I could feel it in my throat. Like, it was very pokey and scratchy because it's metal, like a metal wire. We get to the hospital, and like, my parents are way more upset than I am. I'm just kind of chilling. I think I don't fully understand how bad this could be. And they give me an x-ray, which I still have. I should find a copy of it and bring it onto stream, because you can see my little junior high self with just a U-shaped piece of metal in my throat. And so they're trying to calm me down, even though my dad's the one like panicking in the ER. And so they're giving me a quiz on all the organs I can see in this x-ray and stuff. And then, you know, they start having a discussion like, okay, so what are we going to do? And their plan was like, we're going to stick a tube down his throat. We're going to go in there with a pair of forceps, and we're going to cut it in half and then try to pull both halves out. But what they were worried about was that if they somehow lost one of the halves and it ended up in my stomach, they'd have to actually cut me open and get it out. So they were very concerned about that possibility. And they were like, okay, well, we don't want to risk it. And there's a town about 2 hours away by car that they think they can do it in one piece. So they were like, well, we'll fly you over there in a helicopter to get this removed. So they load me up onto a gurney and they strap me down, and then they put me in a helicopter, and they actually let my dad ride in the passenger seat of this helicopter, which was amazing. And we fly over there. It's like a 30-minute flight because helicopters are way faster than cars, which is really cool. And land on the roof, and they wheel me inside, and then they schedule my surgery for the next morning. So they put me on an IV, they put me in a hospital bed, and then I just have to spend the night there. And my dad is sleeping on like a tiny little couch in the room with me. And apparently I spent the whole night like tossing and turning, and every time I did, I would like kink up the IV and the machine would start beeping. But I'm such a heavy sleeper that I didn't even notice. So like I didn't even wake up. And so my dad was up every like hour or so as I was like, you know, squishing all of my own plumbing basically, and they would come untangle me. And I keep sleeping, and then next day they pulled it out and gave it to me in a little jar. And I basically just had like a kind of a tender throat for the next week or so. So I had to like not eat anything too scratchy. Like I remember they gave me breakfast that morning, and there was like a hash brown that I really wanted to eat, but my dad wouldn't let me because it was too scratchy. And so I'd eat like mac and cheese for like a couple weeks or something. But it was insane. And the funniest part, like looking back on it now, is, you know, with the way insurance works in the US, typically you'll have a yearly deductible for your family. So you know, you'll spend a maximum per year out of pocket of, I don't know, whatever, $5,000, let's say. And then everything else after that, the insurance covers. Well, the helicopter ride alone was like $25,000 or something. So, you know, and we paid out of pocket whatever the deductible was, and then everything else was covered by insurance. But that meant that since this had happened on January 1st, basically any surgery or anything we got for the rest of the year was free because we had already met our deductible on the first day of the year. So there were like some elective surgeries, like getting his tonsils removed and stuff that my dad did. And, you know, it was like, well, who wants surgery? I guess it's all free at this point because we hit our deductible. So I don't know. Not that, you know, you want to hit your deductible because that means you spend a decent amount of money to do that. But it was just kind of a funny little incident that happened. But the one thing they told me after I came out of surgery was like, they said, good thing that you were eating Arby's because that piece of wire was so covered in roast beef that it didn't really scratch you too bad on the way out. Like, they said that if it hadn't been wrapped up in beef, it probably would have hurt a lot more as they pulled it out. So I guess maybe Arby's should hire me to do like an advertising campaign for how good their product is because it saved my throat. I don't know. But Good times. I'd go on TV and advocate for Arby's. I don't mind their food. Sometimes. I have to be in the right mood for it. I'm usually not, but if I am, it hits a spot. You know? And they were there for me when I needed them, so. Man, I forgot about that. That was a long time ago. When would that have been? That limited reindeer sandwich? I didn't hear about that. Was it it wasn't actually reindeer, was it? That seems like children avert your eyes. Yeah. What's the best US food, Patness? I feel like you get numb to it here because it's here all the time. And it's funny for me, in Montana, we don't have a lot of these restaurants. Like, we don't have, at least in my city, we don't have Chick-fil-A, we don't have In-N-Out or Whataburger or any of those. So, like, I am always like, oh, In-N-Out's the best. But part of me wonders if it's just because I can't have it because it's not here. You know? Culver's is really good, actually. I'd never had them until I went to Iowa to visit my sister, who was in PA school at the time at University of Iowa, and Culver's was awesome. Oh, it was venison. Interesting. Okay. Wow. Oh, dude, there's like a whole steak in that thing. Oh, man. That's crazy. $7 for a venison steak and a sandwich? That's insane. Huh. Right, yeah, it's isn't it like a young deer? I'm pretty sure. I've had a lot more elk than deer. My father-in-law is a hunter, so I've had a lot of elk and lately moose because he got a moose this year. Applebee's? Okay, we do have an Applebee's here. I'm trying to think of what my favorite chain restaurant is. That's like a sit down, you know? Not like a fast food place. Dude, I don't know. One of the things we don't have in Montana is very good barbecue. There's a couple good spots, but they're not in town. You got to drive quite a ways. Like an hour and a half to get to the best. Like, yeah. In my opinion, the closest barbecue worth having is an hour and a half away. But it's right off of a river that we really like to fish at, so it's nice to like just get out of town and go fish and eat some barbecue. When you're played every 4 songs. I actually haven't been into an Applebee's in years. Yeah, I can't even remember the last time I went into one. We do have one, but yeah, for some reason I just don't go that often. Eight years ago? Honestly, mine was probably longer. I'm thinking about it, and I think it was freshman year of high school, which was 2012. So that's 10 years ago that I was last at an Applebee's. That's crazy. Dang. Okay. Dude, you know what's funny? I feel like I have the opposite problem where like I love Thai food. We have a couple Thai restaurants in town. But the one thing that I've learned is that while I typically have a pretty good spice tolerance, like Thai food just murders me. I cannot handle Thai spicy. I remember the first time I went to one of the, like, we have one Thai place in town that's actually run by people from Thailand, and I was kind of arrogant. I went in there, and I'm used to eating spicy food. Like, I'll eat the hottest wings on the menu at, like, Buffalo Wild Wings. And so I'm like, oh, I can handle the heat. So I go in there, and they let you pick from, like, 1 to 5 how spicy you want it. And I'm like, oh, give me a 5. I'm on a date with my wife at this point, and I'm like, oh, just give me a 5. And they're like, the waitress is like, are you sure? Are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, of course. I'm good. And then it was the hottest thing I've eaten in my entire life. I was crying and drooling, and my nose was running. And when we got the check, I saw on the receipt that the notes they had for the kitchen staff said, make him regret. And that was like, I was like, oh, well, I did regret. It was so hot. I'll never forget how miserable I was. Oh. Okay. So, here we have. Patness doesn't like spicy food? That's fair. It's probably an unfair generalization to assume that everyone from Thailand likes spicy food, you know? Like, I definitely don't think burgers are my favorite food, and I feel like that's an iconic American staple. Okay, here's the Portico, y'all. Look at this. Brand new, hot off the press, very quickly sold out also, but snagged one. Look at this guy. It reminds me of the Game Boy Color. You know, you remember that? It's so nice. What a color. Little foam pre-installed. Very nice. And then we have our stabilizers here, which are equals PCB screw and stabs. They look nice, honestly. I don't see a reason inherently to swap them out. So we'll install these guys. And then... oh, they even have these. I don't actually like these because they kind of raise the stabilizers a little bit too high, in my opinion. So we got those, which actually that's what we need right now. And then we have this bag here, which I believe is tools and accessories. Yeah, so we got some tweezers. I'll leave them in there because I got my own. A cable, same there. Oh, some gaskets. I think these are maybe spares, but we'll keep them out for now. Switch puller or cap puller, which we don't need, and a switch puller, which we don't need. And then a screwdriver. We'll see what it is. It's a Phillips and a hex, and then some spare hardware. So we'll keep all this stuff out. So, yeah, little treasure trove of goodies here. Oh, and it's a full set too, so we get both sizes of stabilizer wires. Snagged Magical Girl stabs. I did not. I have the ones that came with it, but we can always swap them out for sure. These are just black. Check these out. See what these are. Do I actually have any of those? Oh, you know what? I do have... Do I have a full set, though? I actually do have some of the C3 ones. But I don't think I have a full set left because I used the purple outers on a different purple board that I made. Yeah, I only got two sets left, unfortunately. Because I don't think these... Yeah, those don't match. That would have been a nice touch, wouldn't it? If they had put Magic Girl stabilizers, because these are C3 stabs. So if they had put Magic Girl ones in with the purple one, come on. But either way, these are nice, high quality stabilizers, and I see no reason not to use them. But yeah, we can always swap them out later if they are not. And they even use these like rose gold screws. So I don't know. They work in mysterious ways over there. All right. Interesting. All right. So let's see. I think this is the 6.25U. Yes, it is. So we don't need this, and we need 1, 2. I think we only need 2 2Us. No, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we need this guy, and these 3, and not these 2, so they can go back in the bag. And then we need 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Start by lubing the housings. All those done. Okay. Hello. Sounds good, Patness. I appreciate it. All right. Okay, got those done. And then let's do, I think the next step is these. I'm still kind of retooling my stabilizer workflow, but I think I got the BDZ incorporated. What I've found is that if you use the BDZ on the wires, it works well. And then you just gotta, if you still have clacking, make sure that you inject. I still use 205 grade 2 just to kind of cut that down a little bit. But it works. Works pretty well. I think the BDZ tends to be a bit more stable because the Crytox, if it changes temperature dramatically or just ages, it can kind of run. And I haven't noted that property of the BDZ. So maybe it'll last longer. I definitely have keyboards that have started ticking later in life. And I would hope that the BDZ doesn't have that problem. Like shelf stable in open air, I suppose, would be what I want from it. Frank, how you been, dog? Still working crazy hours? Ooh. Almost dropped that guy. I feel like this is always the most boring part of the stream, which is weird because, like, technically I feel like the switches are a little more monotonous somehow, but, like, I don't know. This ends up, like, being the thing that I always am feeling like I should do off stream, you know? Maybe it's one of those things where it's like, it's a repetitive thing, but there's just so few of them to do that it ends up being awkward. I don't know. I don't know what it is about the flow. Okay. We'll wipe the grade 0 off the brush. Get the BDZ involved. Okay. Nice even coat of this marshmallow fluff. There we go. Kind of like this. Vintage vibe, lo-fi hip hop. Okay. Spacebar done. Now just the 2 U's to go. Sometimes that C3 stabs are pretty hard to snap the wire into, which isn't a bad thing. Because I have had a couple boards with the wire slip out, which is very annoying. So, I don't know. A little bit of extra security, I guess. Very tight tolerances on these. Hopefully, depending on how the Portico is built, I hope I can get the kind of plate and PCB assembly out on its own, so I can really isolate everything and make sure that I get the stabilizer sounding nice and spicy before we bottle it up again. All right, one more after this. Then we'll be moving and grooving. I feel like this little pot of BDZ is going to last me forever because it's so thick. And you don't really use that much. Nice. I've seen a lot of good coverage. In fact, the coverage on Elden Ring is what made me get back to Fallen Order, because I was like, I should play Elden Ring, and then I was like, well, I have this game, because I've never played any of the Souls games, and I was like, I have this game. It's kind of like a Souls game, but it's in Star Wars, and I've never played it, or I haven't finished it. So I should finish that first. I also really want to play Sekiro first, because it seems kind of stylistically something I'm more interested in right now. But yeah, people seem to love Elden Ring. It's cool. Well, there's at least one studio delivering finished games. There we go. Okay. Look at that. A place for everything and everything in its place. All right. It is time to open this guy up. Phillips head screws on the back. I'm hoping that I don't need any of the spare parts in the bag, and that I can just... that those are actually spares. That'd be nice. But we'll find out. There you go, you little rascal. See a lot of LEDs on the bottom, so that bodes well for underglow. Right? I love it. These are all the same size. Good amount of case screws. I agree. We had a transparent landline. That was very fun. Okay, so pop this off. Silicon mat pre-installed, but the daughter board is not plugged in. Interesting. That's okay. Probably smart, so someone wouldn't that would sell as Y2K vintage. True. Okay, so these, that means that the gaskets are all spares. That's cool. So it comes with like a full spare set of everything. Okay, so now we have to separate the PCB and the plate to get the stabilizers on. We have some screws for that. I remember the panic around Y2K. My mom had a bunch of jugs of water, just in case. My dad didn't give a rip because he was an engineer and was like, I don't think this is a problem. Whoa, some glitch hop or something going on right now. Alright, I think there's one more screw left. There it is. You could feel it pivoting. Okay. Oh wait, is there another? Something. Oh, it's the rotary encoder. Okay, let's get that out with a pre-included wrench. This was the problem I had with the GMMK Pro. I was like, why can't I get this apart? And it was the rotary encoder knob. Okay. Perfect. Oh, this is felt. Whoa, that's crazy. No. Yeah, excuse me. All right, let's get these guys on here. Okay. Got these little rose gold screws here. Nice. Fun fact too, these little red rings are, I think, originally designed and effective for preventing electrical conduction if you over tighten the screw, because it's a metal screw and if it starts biting into the traces it could connect two of them. But it also works as a spacer because sometimes the screws are a bit long, and in those cases if they're not fully tensioned, and they can't be because they bottom out in the stabilizer, then the stabilizer can have a little bit of play, which leads to noise, which is obviously something that a lot of effort gets put into reducing, so it would be lame if that was why it happened. So yeah, even if you aren't worried about a short, they're usually a good thing to use just for that reason. Make sure you get a nice tight mount for your stabilizer, which is why I tend to not use, and I don't really anymore buy into the little pads that go underneath, or even the band-aids that people used to use, and I used to use, because now that I know that it actually holds everything down properly, that's kind of unnecessary. All right, last one for the left shift. Okay. Delightful. Let us put together this plate assembly. I will pop the screws in, and then we can test out the stabilizers and see how they sound. Sounded like it was rattling for a second. I was inherently suspicious. Go. Got the middle screw in, which is nice. Helps everything above board. Where's that last one? The little rascal. There it is. Cool. All right, so let's pop a couple switches in and then a couple keycaps on. See how we're going. Ooh, already we have a bit of a stabilizer issue. So that's good to note. The I don't think it's entirely possible that I installed this incorrectly, but the wire is popped on that one. So let's get this fixed. I think I have to fully disassemble this, potentially even pull the stabilizer off. What? Hello? Oh, the switches. Right. I'm just going to take this off because I don't want to put enough tension on there to mess up the PCB. That's the last thing I want. There we go. Better. Alrighty. Let's just do a quick test, like right here on the PCB actually. Because these are 5-pin switches, so. Here's a DSA set. This is DSA Vial Bloom, which we can use for testing. Sounds nice. The rest of them in. Nice. These stabs are great. They sound awesome. All right. Well,
What's up, baby?
yo,
Take me out
Dawn.
to dinner.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. How are you doing? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Another day, another board. You know that's right. Today, though, it's a brand new board, i.e. just came out. This plate back on, and then we can put it all together. Where did that one? There it is. Go. Doing great. Heading to bed though. Right on. Appreciate you being here. And yeah, I am doing well. Been kind of absentee from streaming for a bit, but just because I'm a little busy, and so yeah, happy to be back. And appreciate you being here. Let's give these one more little quick testaroo. Just to sanity check my brain, make sure that it still sounds good. So that is the most important part. Yep. This is nice. I might do a tiny bit of Fratax in this one. Try that. Little injection there. Much better. Cool. Oops, almost dumped that. All right, so let's put the encoder back on. Go. That can go. This can go back in the bag. The bag o' goodies. Okay. These can go back in here. Which can then go back in the box of spare stabilizer parts. Then let's actually mount all the switches first. Just because I feel like it's a bit more solid when it's not gasket mounted. And these do need to go in a little bit straight. The first two that I put in for stabilizer testing had rolled up pins, which I will fix, but it's just nicer to not have that happen, you know? And be able to put as much pressure as you need onto it. So this build is the Portico has an FR4 gasket mounted plate in an injection molded housing, and there's a felt layer in between the plate and the PCB, and then a silicon sort of matrix beneath the PCB for dampening purposes. And it actually has a decent amount of heft to it given that it's injection molded, which is nice. I mean, injection molding, there's nothing wrong with injection molded keyboards. Like the Rama Kara is injection molded, and it's a really nice board. So you also just can't, you know, get the same Game Boy vibes out of aluminum or steel or anything else like that you'd build a keyboard out of. So or even a stacked acrylic you couldn't really do, because you need to have I mean, that's how Game Boys were made, was the injection molding. So definitely a unique product. And and I think I mentioned at the top of the stream, the successor to the Portico, because it's the 75% layout. So they did like a shock drop on Friday last week, and I think most of the colors were out of stock shortly thereafter. I checked that night and they were mostly gone. So if you do want to get your hands on one, there might be a couple colors left. I'm not sure. I think there was maybe the clear. But all of them I think are some form of translucent or transparent, which is I think a neat kind of calling card of this particular keyboard line, because I remember all the original Porticos were, which I mean isn't unique to the Portico, but like definitely an interesting design of it, because like the Icky I believe also had some colors that were transparent, but not all, and I'm pretty sure all the Porticos were. I'm just checking right now to make sure I see pins in every socket. If I don't, that doesn't necessarily mean it didn't go in. Maybe I'm just not seeing it, but I'll pull the switch just to verify. One. And then I'm amassing all of the ones that had pins that didn't follow the straight and narrow, but I will fix all of those. There will be a full complement of bare switches. Okay, if it's worth doing, it's worth doing it right. So let's fix these guys real quick and then put them back in the switch container. Just straightening out those pins that kind of curled under themselves, like stubbing their toes, you know. And last one. Okay. We got our little box of stabilizers. We have our little box of spare switches. Come in these little deli containers, which is lovely. Okay. Now, I think we're done with this. Let's put this face down in here. Then let's plug in this daughter board. Go. This part down. And then let's hit some corner screws for structural reasons. One corner. Nice. That's a nice fit. I'm pretty sure Blind Assassin designed this. If I'm not mistaken. He designs a lot of stuff for TKC. He was in the chat a while ago because Keeb Noob stopped in with a raid and he came with them, which was really cool. I was like freaking out. I am very excited to see the light show when we get this thing plugged in. Oh, screwdriver's dying. Fortunately, it becomes a regular screwdriver once it's dead. Ain't that neat? Kind of like escalators. You know, when they break, they just become stairs. Okay. Things I will do. Put down a desk mat that matches this keycap set. This is also property of my client, but I have permission to use this on stream, and I think it'll look great. We'll just pull a Teja Types and we'll put it right over top. Like that. Okay. Now. There we go. Got some lights going on. Look at that. It's adjusting my volume. We'll pull it via and we'll type without any keycaps on. Like a crazy person. And then let's pull up my programming scene. Once VIA does show up. It should actually see this. I think this is VIA compatible, which is very exciting. Oh, it's seeing something. Doesn't it? It's so nice. Hey, there it is. Portico75. Very cool. All right. So, if we did this right, hopefully we don't shut down my PC today. So far, so good. Cool. Batting 1,000. That click mutes it, which is nice. Okay. Love that. So, since these are in trays, I'm not going to do a speed cap because I don't want to mess up the trays. I want to leave everything as organized as possible. So we will go with, and here's another thing that I've discovered. It's actually pretty much imperative on some of these smaller keys to actually use a knife like that to just convince it to come out of this cap or out of the tray. You know? Oh my goodness, look at this purple color matching. Are you kidding me? This is so nice. Oh yeah. I'm thrilled about this. One of the things that I might do though is put the rubber feet on. Sliding all over the place, and I think that keyboards are just better when they don't do that. I don't think there's an unincriminating response to that grid. Seems like a trap, my guy. Only keeps. Oh boy. Just start a for fun account posting keyboard feet pics. There is the common, they call it the booty shot of a keyboard. You know, some keyboards like the Unicorn or the Sangio that have something cool on the bottom. You know, you can post some of that on there. Or really any photo of Tim Keyless. What I want to see on there. These are pretty crisp legends for being die sub. I also like the color shift between the green and the pink on this kind of navy backdrop. It's really nice. Oh, and it goes to purple at the end too. That's really nice. Nice. Evil Lynn. Oh, dude. That's a core memory. Yes, Masters of the Universe. Totally forgot about that. I'm pretty sure there's actually a Skeletor themed like GMK set out there. Now that I think about it. There's a Kevin Smith revival? What? Dude, I didn't know about that. I would totally be down to watch that. What is it? Is it streaming? And if so, what is it streaming on? Netflix? What? Oh, dude. Okay. Mark Hamill's performance as the Joker in the Arkham game series was so good. So that got me hype. Getting so many good recommendations today. Scroll here. Here. Maybe a little wand as your shift key. Be fun. Okay, okay. This is nice. All right, let's do a sound test. This is spicy. First, we got to clean up our workspace for the aesthetic. Okay. Here we go. All right, cool. This is the Portico75 with SP Star Magic Girl Edition and DSA Dark Magic Girl and the C3 stabs. That is nice. One interesting thing I'm noting is that this keycap seems to be a little bit askew. So I'm curious what's going on. I'm gonna pull this and see if I can fix that. It could also just be that the stem on the keycap is a little bit wonky. Because it does happen sometimes. It's pretty rare, but it does happen. There's an easy way to test that though. So it's got kind of a skew like this. And if I flip it around, same thing. That's better. I think the switch was just sitting weird. You can also try swapping that switch. Better. Okay. Well, fantastic. This sounds really nice. I'm trying to think of like my favorite 75% that I have, but I really like this one. And I would definitely build one for myself, I think. I like the rotary encoder. It's kind of swinging in that GMMK Pro, but with Game Boy vibes. And are you kidding me? Look at this keycap pairing with the desk mat. It's perfect. This is a great build. I almost would maybe take out the plate foam potentially. I don't know. I mean, well, maybe not. It has a nice amount of deck flex, and I think that the felt helps that not be too much. And it doesn't sound too dampened. This just sounds nice. So, I don't know. I think it's a really nice poppy sound. The SP stars are nice and tactile, and I've never actually used them before, but they don't have any polycarbonate in their housings, just nylon, which is interesting. So, yeah, overall, very satisfying build. I like the color. I like the feel. I've never built a Portico before, but I gotta say, for the price, I think you're getting a whale of a lot of keyboard, and I can't really complain at all. Like, I don't think there's anything that I would nitpick here, other than I guess the one thing I kind of don't like is that the LEDs aren't as diffused as I'd want them to be. But honestly, that's still in line with the way that Game Boys looked back then, because they didn't have a strong light diffusion either. It was just pinpoint lights, and so it's very on point, I would say. Maybe it's more just modern sensibilities that like diffused LEDs, but there's a lot of them, and they're bright and they cycle quickly, and so they're fun to have. So yeah, I don't know. Purple Portico. I'm here for it. I'm down with it. And like, if you want to talk bang for your buck, you also get this case. You get a good set of stabilizers. Honestly, these are really nice stabilizers. You get a whole bag of accessories and tools, switch puller, keycap puller, tweezers, braided USB-C cable, all the spare parts you could want. Yo, Hannibal, what's up? Yeah, purple, dude, yes, purple sells out very fast. It's like one of the most desirable colors, it seems. In fact, I've been in talks with Novel Keys about that, and they're like, yeah, we just can't keep the purple in stock. How's it going? It's been a minute. But yeah, you get this lovely little carrying case that fits it nice and snug, so you can take it to your keyboard meetup, show it to your dad. Yeah. Look at that. Equals makes the case. Love it. So, very excited. Thank you, I am Lexi, for the follow. I appreciate it. Dude, I honestly, you haven't been, because I had just straight haven't been live. I've just been real busy lately. Good busy, but busy. So yeah, no worries there. So I've been missing yours too. But it's chill. We're just ships in the night for now. I have? Oh, well, I haven't streamed in like 2 weeks, so that makes me feel a little better somehow. Anyways, I'm gonna pack this up. I think that's all I got for the night, but thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate you hanging out with me. These ones I usually don't do. Well, usually is relative, but oh really? Okay, sure. Yeah, and feel free to I got a Discord here, and then I have just socials in general. If you want to reach out, if you need help or something doesn't make sense, let me know. But honestly, like it's a well-designed keyboard. I like it, and I think it'll be good. But yeah, I appreciate you hanging out through this. Let's see. Do we want to raid someone tonight? Who's up for raid? There's a couple people I see. Mimi's doing a what is Mimi up to? XXW's doing World of Warcraft. TG Buen and Hammer Brother. We raided both of them fairly recently. I'm thinking maybe Mimi. What is she doing? But that's cool. Thanks for popping by from YouTube. The YouTube's been doing okay lately, actually. I've been pleased. I have a VOD of a GMMK Pro that's almost at 20k views, which is insane. Don't know how that happened, but that's been cool. So, what on earth is this trailer for? This guy looks like... You can't even see what I'm talking about. How long is... Mimi's already been live for 4 hours. Is she about wrapping up? I don't know. We'll hop in there. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Y'all are the best. Thank you for sticking with me even when I take a million years to go live again. Yeah. I'll try to be back next week, I think. I got a lot of stuff going on, but yeah. Anyways, no promises, but yeah. That's the plan. Thank you guys. I appreciate you, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.